to install an IROSA or an ISS rollout solar array on the 1B power channel. The crew so far today has gone and got in their suits. They did pre-brief. They had safers installed. They moved into the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, and they have just finished depressurization. We'll be waiting for the crew to go onto that internal battery power, and from there we'll be starting the official time for today's spacewalk. Our duo are currently ahead of schedule. We had an estimated start time for today's EVA to be around 7:55 a.m. Central Time. However, again, the duo are ahead of the timeline. So once we hear the official go for internal battery power, that'll be the call out for the official start of today's spacewalk. If you're just joining us, we are bringing you live coverage today. You're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station. We have a spacewalking duo of NASA astronauts Stephen Bowen and Woody Hoburg, who will be venturing outside of the International Space Station today in the 265th spacewalk for the International Space Station upgrades, maintenance, and assembly. So far, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have completed pre-brief. They've had their safers installed, and they are inside the crew lock portion of the Quest airlock, where they have finished or just about finished their depressurization. Once they get down to complete vacuum, the duo will turn over to internal battery powers for their EMUs or those mobility units that they're wearing, protecting them as they go outside of the International Space Station this morning. Again, once down to complete vacuum, the duo will do another system check, doing leak checks and communication checks with Mission Control Houston, and that'll happen before they put their suits on internal battery power. Again, this will mark the official start of today's spacewalk. And you just had a view of NASA astronaut Frank Rubio and Sultan Anayati of the United Arab Emirates inside the equipment section of the airlock, where they are continuing to monitor depress. They saw a camera out as they take pictures for the crew here on the ground that helps out with all the spacewalks. Again, we're in a brief period in between satellites. We'll have coverage back of the International Space Station here shortly. And you're seeing the Quest airlock from the outside. Here shortly, we will see our spacewalking duo exit the International Space Station, exiting the Quest airlock. Again, you're getting a view outside of the International Space Station of the Quest airlock, where our DEW will be exiting soon. The International Space Station is flying 258 statute miles, and they are flying above Italy currently.
All right, Woody and Steve, it looks like we are below 0.5 psi. We will get you to verify the EV hatch gauge is less than 0.6 psi.
NEIC 0.4.
Copy, Woody. Open and stow the EV hatch.
Work. Jenny, just for your awareness, I got the suit P high nuisance alarm. EV hatch open and stowed.
Copy, Woody. And I copy the hatch is open and stowed.
Confirm.
Sultan, take the emergency MPEV to closed.
And Jenny, I got the suit P high message as well.
Copy, Supi high on Steve.
And Houston, from the airlock, the emergency MPEV is in closed position.
Copy. Thank you, Sultan. And just to confirm, no action on those messages. Like you say, those are nuisance alarms for both Woody and for Steve. We are going to move into post-depress. So on your DCM, switch power to BAT, stagger your switch throws, and expect a warning tone.
Okay, EV1 switching. EV2 switching the battery. EV1's in bat. EV2's in bat.
Copy. EV1 and EV2 in BAT. Display Pro to verify functional displays.
Good display, EV1. Good display, EV2.
On the UIA, switch power, EV1 and 2, both to off, OFF.
All right, power EV1 is off. Power EV2 is off.
Copy, Steve. Check power, EV1 and 2 LEDs. All 4 are off.
All 4 LEDs on power EV1 and 2 are off.
On your DCMs, disconnect your SCUs, install your DCM covers, and stow the SCUs in their pouches.
EV1 copy. EV2 copies. All right, EV1 SCU stowed. And EV2 SCU is stowed.
Copy, 2 stowed SCUs. Check depress pump manual isolation valve closed.
First pump manual isolation valve is closed.
Set your TCVs to max hot.
EV1 max hot. EV2 max hot.
Switch water on.
EV1 water on. EV2 water on.
Check DCM blank bite off.
And at 7:42 a.m. Central Time, the 265th Spacewalk in support of station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades has begun.
As desired, report the setting and all subsequent TCV changes.
Hoburg and Bowen are now on internal battery power.
Copy 5 for EV1, 4 for EV2. Report suit pressure gauge.
EV1 4.4. EV2 4.4.
Copy both 4.4. Set your visors as required. We have 21 minutes until eclipse.
Visor down. And visors up for EV2.
All right, copy both. With that, Woody, you can open the thermal cover. You can stow the hook on the stiffener tether point, cinch the strap, and report the Sharpie lines visible.
Okay, James, copy. Work.
Steve, for you, you can retrieve crew lock bag M. You will be keeping this bag on your BRT.
All right, crew lock bag M is attached to my BRT ret.
Copy.
And Hoburg will now work to open that thermal cover and make their way outside of the space station hatch to begin their work for today.
Thermal cover tether stowed on the point with 6 lines visible.
Copy, 6 lines visible. Woody, you can egress the airlock and inspect both load alleviating straps.
Good work.
And that was ground IV Jenny Gibbons to the crew, telling the crew they do have to go to open the thermal covers and exit the Quest airlock this morning.
Jenny, both load alleviating straps look to be in good condition. I'm ready to perform the tether swap.
Copy, Woody. You are go. You will need your yellow hook on the green reel, which is on the aft external D-ring.
Jenny, that's complete. Yellow hook, gate closed, locked to my previous green reel. Picking up the green hook.
Copy. Woody and Steve, for your awareness, we have
green hook is
we have a period
yeah,
of ratty calm coming up. We might lose you for about a minute. We're going to treat this like a short handover, so I'm still prime IV. Woody, I'll take your check.
let's see. Steve. Come in here, what do you got? You get it? I heard I just bump it. There it goes. Make sure it's not wrapped around anything. So Jenny, as I said, I have a good load path to the airlock. My yellow hook is down, gate closed, locked black on black to my green reel. And the green hook is also attached to my red reel. Gate closed, locked black on black, and that reel's unlocked. I now have Steve's anchor hook. Oh, correction, Steve's yellow hook. 8 closed, locked block on block to Steve's green reel. I'm picking up Steve's green hook.
We copy, Woody.
All right, Steve's green hook is gate closed, block on block to his red reel. Both his red and yellow reels are unlocked. I see that as a good tether config.
We agree, Woody. That is a good config. You can give Steve a go to release his waist tether. We'll have you position on the aft side of the airlock.
If you ever go to release your waist tether and egress, I'm on the aft side. All right, you're on the outside. Waist tether released, I'm egressor. Copy.
Houston copies. Once you're out, you can both turn on your HECAs.
And you just heard it, Ground IV confirming that Woody Hoburg, EV1, has exited the hatch this morning, and we are waiting for Stephen Bowen to join him on the outside of the International Space Station.
And Steve's hack is on. I'm almost out. Looking good, Steve.
Copy. "20 seconds to a short handover.
Okay.
And we are in a brief handover period between satellites. We'll have views of the duo outside the International Space Station here for you shortly.
I think this one might be your key.
Houston's back with you.
Welcome back, Jenny. Going to be kicking off buddy checks in just a moment here.
Copy. Before doing that, let's close the thermal cover.
I got it. Thank you, Steve. You're welcome. Nice. All right, hopefully it stays there. Or someplace close to there. Want it tightened up a little, or? I think I'm okay. Okay. All right, ready for checks. Perfect. I see 1, 2, 3 tabs up. 2 mini workstation, 1 BRT. I'm looking at your safer handles. I see 1.
And currently no views of the duo, but both are outside the airlock at this point, and we hear them going through some buddy checks. They're making sure their cameras are good, their safer handles are down, and tethers and tools are in a good configuration before they begin their work today.
It's right in front of your PGT. I think it's in a good spot, but thank you. We'll watch it as I go. All right. That looks good to me, Steve. All right. What do I see? 1, 2, safer handles down. See 3 tabs up. I see your HECA light, but not your WVS. Okay, checking. And Steve, I can see the WVS light is on. It is on. Okay. Up there it is. Yeah, I see it now. All right, and I see the center config as you stated, and you look good. All right. My gloves are good, my hat is dry. Yep, gloves are good and hat dry on EV1. Jenny, I think we're ready.
I copy good buddy checks, dry haps, and good gloves. We are headed into a 8-minute data LOS. We will have voice the whole pass. I'm still Prime IV. You can begin your translation to the work site. Steve, you are leading. Let me know when you're ready for a caution.
All right, give me 1 second. Just put my left loop tether on my left-hand side. All right, heading up. All right, Steve, see you out there. Yep. And my waist tethers, or safety tether correction is coming up your right side. Yeah. Try it.
And you heard Ground IV Jenny Gibbons give the crew that 8-minute warning. We won't have any views of the duo for about 8 minutes, but we will hear them and they'll hear Jenny from inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We heard Jenny give Stephen Bowen the okay to head over to his work site. That work site will be the Flight Support Equipment, or the FSE work site. That is where the pallet is that currently holds the IROSA. Bowen is heading there to release some sea bolts as Woody prepares to get on the Canada Arm, that SSRMS, or that remote robotic manipulator system, will be used today to fly Woody around as he carries that IROSA to their work spot at that 1B powered channel. Again, Flight Director Brandon Lloyd leading the room today. To his right is going to be that ground IV that I was talking about. That's Canadian Space Agency astronaut Jenny Gibbons. And to her right is Nick Hague. Again, we heard Nick earlier as the Capcom for the duo through DPRESS. And now we'll hear Jenny for the rest of the procedures and walkthrough of today's spacewalk. Again, in a LOS, or a loss of signal currently. However, we will have a portion of today's spacewalk that will be conducted during an eclipse, which is necessary for the cable mating portion of today's spacewalk. Again, this is the only way to essentially stop the rays from gathering power from the sun. To keep our crew safe, we are conducting the cable mating once again in that eclipse time frame. Right now, we do have the duo that should be Woody Hoburg, EV1, extravehicular crew member 1, and Stephen Bowen, EV2, extravehicular crew member number 2. They are outside of the station. Woody Hoburg is setting up that Canada Arm 2, while we have Stephen Bowen in translation over to that FSE, or that Flight Support Equipment that pallet that currently holds the IROSA, or that ISS rollout solar array. After Woody Hoburg gets in the articulated portable foot restraint that is attached to that Canadarm2, he will head over to the FSE as well, where the duo will then release the IROSA from where it's currently being held. They will then use the Canadarm2 using a leapfrog maneuver where the duos each take it and release the IROSA until they get into their workstation at the 1B power channel. Again, after the IROSA is released from that flight support equipment pad, we'll see them relocate the IROSA from the FSC over to their new work site. That work site will be at the 1B power channel, and that is the opposite. It's still on the starboard truss, but it is the opposite side of where last week's spacewalk took place, on the 1A power side. If you're just joining us, you're seeing a live view inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room in Mission Control, Houston, where today we're bringing you live coverage of the 265th spacewalk in support of the International Space Station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. Thus far, we had NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen exit the International Space Station, officially starting today's spacewalk at 7:42 a.m. Central Time. The duo are currently outside of the International Space Station, and they are heading to their first work site, that is the FSE, or the Flight Support Equipment Pad. Again, the FSE is that area where the IROSA is currently being held. Today's spacewalk will see the sixth IROSA mounted to the existing station solar arrays, the fifth array installed just last week on June 9th by the same duo. The new arrays are 60 feet by 20 feet wide, 60 feet long by 20 feet wide, and will shade a little more than half of the original arrays, which are 112 feet long by 39 feet wide. Each new IROSA will produce more than 20 kilowatts of electricity, and once all are installed, will enable a 30% increase in power production over the station's current arrays. This is the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69 and the 8th spacewalk of 2023 out of the International Space Station. We should begin views here shortly for you of the duo outside the International Space Station.
Until we set up the values.
Copy, Sultan.
Woody, can you ensure your tools and tethers are clear?
Tools and tethers well clear, jams, green rails unlocked, and Steve's tether is clear.
Copy all.
All right, verifying 5/8, 12-inch, going to my PTT.
Copy, Steve. Next, you'll be braking torque on C12 at stanchion
Hold on, I
alpha.
have to install it. I was just verifying I had the right socket. Let me get it installed.
Then yes, you're looking for the 5/8, 12-inch.
All right, it's installed with a good pull check.
Copy, good pull
Now I
test.
am ready.
Copy, good pull test, Steve. You can translate to stanchion alpha. We're braking torque on C12.
C12 braking torque, go station alpha.
Good words.
Woody, we're ready for the motion, so it's going to be station forward, followed by station nadir.
Go time, you go.
Starting motion. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
And you're hearing UAE astronaut Sultan Adiyati inside of the International Space Station, who will be controlling that Canadarm2 that will be used to move around EV1 Woody Hoburg, NASA astronaut, as he goes towards the FSC. Once released, we heard Stephen Bowen is going to be working on releasing those C-bolts at the FSC that will release the IROSA.
Copy, continue, and 3 meters to go.
Again, Woody Hoburg is going to be on the end of that SSRMS, or that robotic manipulator system known as the Canadarm2, which we use for today's spacewalk. He will be attaching the APFR, or that articulating portable foot restraint, to the robotic system. This will allow him to get on the end and fly, technically. And we have our first views of the outside. Again, we see Woody Hoburg in the suit with the red stripes. He is inside that APFR, or that articulating portable foot restraint, on the end of the robotic arm.
Continue.
Behind Woody, you do see Stephen Bowen, the suit with no stripes. He has that pistol grip tool in hand, or that space drill, and he'll be using that today to create torque and release C-bolts.
Our next motion is going to be a journal cast. It's a nadir back of journal cast of 4.5 minutes.
Sounds great, I'm ready. All right, Jenny, braking torque, Bravo 3, counterclockwise 2, less than half a turn on C12.
Good words.
And that's complete.
Copy, Steve. Stow your PGT and translate to C11, stanchion delta.
All right, translating to C11.
Woody, I'll take a glove inspection and HAP check from you.
Absolutely. Jams, dry hop. No change to the gloves.
Copy. Dry HAP, no change to the gloves, Woody.
Right, Woody, ready when you are for the journal cast.
Your go.
Copy, go, and starting motion.
Motion.
Copy, good motion.
And again, you're hearing from UAE astronaut Sultan Anayati, who's inside of the International Space Station. He is controlling the Canada Arm 2 today with Woody Hoburg, NASA astronaut, at the end. We currently see Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut, working to release the remaining bolts holding the IROSA on the FSE, or that flight support equipment.
Counterclockwise 2.
Correction, Steve.
27 turns, is that correct?
Bravo 3, counter
Okay.
3.
Bravo 3, counter 3, sorry. And I'm looking for 27 turns.
Affirm, you'll be releasing C11 halfway.
All right, C11 halfway. All right, 27 turns on C11.
Copy. 27 turns, C11. You can retrieve the square scoop with the long duration tie-down tether from the crew lock bag and stow it on your mini workstation. After that, we'll have you back at Stanchion Alpha.
All right, that's in work. All right, let's go get it. Hey, Steve. Yes? Watch your bag on the left for the blanket. The blanket? Yeah, it's just kind of getting down in there. You're looking good. Oh, okay. It's much better now. Oh, thank you. Yep. Oh, I see what you're talking about. All right. Scoop with field key.
And we did have good confirmation that the bolt was released, and Stephen Bowen is now going for that crew lock bag and removing that square scoop.
And with your next motion is going to be a GCA to publish IROSA nadir position. We're expecting 1 meter body end.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready for that.
Okay, stand by until we set up the values. We'll give you a go.
Let me just... Yeah, go ahead and set up the values, Sultan. Steve, looks like you're going to beat me there. That looks good. I could probably reach it once I'm in there as well, but I think we're probably faster right now. All right.
Woody, we're just going to go and hold for now until we get confirmation from the ground.
Okay.
Yeah, and for Steve and Woody, Sultan's right. We're just going to wait on that next maneuver so that we can ensure Steve can translate back to the C11 bolt following the ops he does after installing this scoop here.
All right. I'm ready for PGT settings to remove C12. That's what I'm doing.
A-firm, you are releasing C12. Your settings are Bravo 3, counter 3.
Bravo 3, counter 3, and look at 54 turns, correct?
A-firm, those are good settings, and you'll be fully releasing C12. The bolt will spring out. Expect 51 to 54 turns.
51 to 54 turns, fully springs out. Copy.
Good words.
And with that C11 C-bolt released, Stephen Bowen has headed over to the C12 C-bolt, where he'll release that as well.
All right, 54 turns. And looks like it's sprung out. I will double check.
Copy, 54 turns.
Got a lot of wiggle in there. I can't tell if it's sprung out. I think I might give it a couple more turns just to verify. Is that right?
Checking.
It looks pretty far out. It just doesn't spring.
Yeah, we're talking that, Steve. It seems like you'll have a hard time depressing it from where it is, just because it's in a tight spot.
Oh, there it is. Okay. Yeah, it does move. You could push it with a PGT. Where it sprung out. All right, so I think I'm complete here. I can install the scoop.
All right, sorry about that, Steve. We can confirm that that is a good bolt, so you can stow your PGT, and then we'll have you install that scoop near C12.
Okay. PGT's installed. Or stowed.
Copy.
Going on. 45s.
And that was a good release on C12.
I got a good pull touch. It's locked. Writing room ret from the PGT.
Stephen Bowen is now going to stow the script tool and install the scoop on the root beam micro square near the C12 bolt.
That's complete. The scoop and long duration tide on tether is now installed. And I'm going to head over to the weapon.
Copy. Once you're there, I'll take a glove inspection and hap check, and we'll coordinate with Sultan and Frank.
All right, sounds good. Actually, go get the other scoop and have it ready, though, right?
Affirm.
Sounds good, Steve. We'll pick up the scoop. Sultan and Frank, I'm ready for that GCA. It's grounded, go.
Woody. We copy, and again, it's going to be a GCA to our publish position. We're expecting 1 meter body in.
Go.
And Houston is ready. You can proceed.
Right, starting motion in body end direction.
Steve, watch your bag again. Good motion, Sultan.
Copy, good motion.
Again, you can see Woody Hoburg is on the move. He's working with Sultan Ayati, UAE astronaut, inside the International Space Station. He's moving towards that FSE, where Stephen Bowen has now released those C-bolts that will allow them to move and relocate the IROSA to the 1B power channel.
Copy, continue.
Okay, no more X.
Ramping out. And Woody, that was exactly 1 meter station, our body end.
Okay, Sultan, that's perfect. Could I also have 20 centimeters body down?
We copy 20 centimeters body down, starting motion.
Good motion.
Good motion, 10 to go. And Woody, that is 20 centimeters body down.
Okay, GCA complete.
GCA complete, and brakes are coming on. Brakes are on, Woody, and we'll go for tethering.
I've got a ret on the scoop. My right hand. Honey, I've got some checks to read you when you'd like.
Copy, standby 1, Woody.
Okay. Hey, Steve. Yeah. Your safety tether is around your left leg. Around my left leg only? Yep. Okay. If you roll toward me, I can probably fix it if you'd like. All right, I can do that. Yep, that's a good direction. That's really nice. Okay, hang on. Stay right here for a minute. I will. Okay, it's looking good. Thank you. Absolutely. That explains a couple things.
All right, we have, Steve, you've retrieved that scoop. Is that correct?
I have the scoop on me. I've got a good glove and good hat check. And I'm ready to set up for C11.
Copy. Dry hap and good gloves, and we concur that's your next step. You can position for C11. At this point, caution and warnings for both of you. Prior to releasing IROSA, ensure the FSC is not moving. Steve, remain still during IROSA release. Don't put your fingers in.
And we're seeing a helmet cam view from helmet cam number 20 that's being worn by Stephen Bowen.
Copy. Copy.
Woody, we have 16 minutes until insulation. Ensure your cooling, visor, and glove heaters are set.
Visor down to CV4, glove heaters on. And my heels are secure in the boot plate. Ingress A, tools and tethers all clear.
Copy. Check gauntlets down.
Gauntlets are down.
Let's do a buddy check of each other's helmets for any signs of water.
I have a great view into Steve's helmet, and I see no signs of water. Put your visor down. I can't see into yours anymore. Yeah, okay, hang on. There you go, Steve. Yeah, I don't see any signs of water. Okay. All right. At the end of the EVA when you take your visor off.
All right, copy. Those are good checks for everybody. So Woody, maintain control of IROSA while Steve releases this final bolt and gives Steve the go. When you're ready, I have settings.
I have IROSA. I am waiting on settings.
Bravo 3, counter 3, release C11 fully. This will be an additional 24 to 26 turns.
Bravo 3, counter 3, additional 24 to 27 turns and work.
Good work.
And you just heard a nominal buddy check as the duo moved on. We hear Stephen Bowen is going to be releasing the final portion of that C11 bolt. Again, once this is released, Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen will be releasing and lowering the IROSA, preparing it to relocate it to the 1B power channel.
All right, that was 27 turns. Nice. Exactly. Good, I'm out of count.
Copy. 27 turns, C11 release.
I saw some movement there. Do you think it's released? Yeah, it definitely feels. I'm trying to keep it on the pins this time, but I can tell it's released. All right, let me get a scoop in there. Sounds good.
Good words.
And that final bolt has been released.
All right. Is it on? It's the lock. Yeah, it's working. It's sprinkling so much because it's so loose. All right, I got a good lock on it. I'm going to remove my rat.
Copy.
Here sounds good. And I am clear. Okay, I have IROSA. All right, I'm going to translate to the other end. Sounds good, Steve.
Affirm, Steve, we need you at Station Charlie.
Okay, I'm at Station Charlie with a good view.
Copy. With that, Woody, if you've not already done so, you can slide IROSA away from you to release it from the FSC pin slot interface.
Complete.
Steve, you can work with Sultan and Frank to maneuver IROSA clear of that grapple tower.
Okay, Sultan and Frank, I am ready for you to take IROSA to the back-off position. I will give you clearance to the grapple tower. Good. Yeah.
And we copy that, Steve. We are ready for the maneuver to the IROSA removal position. And for you guys, it's going to be a body down for Woody, expecting 4.5 meters.
Concur, ready.
All right, start in motion, body down.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
That's a good motion.
Copy and continuing.
Good clearance to the tower. Continue.
Copy, continuing.
Clear of POA. Clearance to the tower. Your bias toward the POA.
Copy.
Good.
And we currently have a great view where NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has a hold of the IROSA. It has been successfully removed from that FSE, that flight support equipment.
Copy, clear of the pen. Motion continues.
Houston copies that we are clear of the grapple tower, including the pin. This is now GCA to published position. I'm resuming comm with Steve. Steve, your next step is to perform a socket swap.
All right, socket swap to the 2-inch fixed 5/8, correct?
A-firm will stow the 5/8 12-inch on the socket caddy and put that 2-inch, like you say, on your PGT.
All right, that didn't work.
One meter to go.
Continue.
Copy, continue.
And again, if you're just joining us, we're doing live coverage of the 265th Spacewalk. This spacewalk is primary goals is to install the IROSA. We currently see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg holding the IROSA in hand as he's attached to the end of the Canadarm2.
Full test, 12-inch to the socket caddy.
Copy.
Good pull test, 2-inch to the PGT.
Copy. Good pull test on the 2-inch on your PGT. You can stow your PGT.
And while we have NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg holding the IROSA, Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut, is currently working to do a socket swap. He's still working at that FSE or that flight support equipment pad. After a successful socket swap, he's going to stow that pistol grip tool or that space drill. He's going to put it away in his crew lock bag. and then the duo are going to start trying to relocate that IROSA.
Copy. We will have you clean up crew lock bag T. That means stowing the socket caddy and all external rets, stowing them internally, and then you can button it up with the doors facing the FSC.
All right, that's in work.
And Woody, we're ready for the IROSA yaw journal cast.
Okay, Sultan, I'm ready to yaw.
Okay, remember to yaw IROSA right in 3, 2, 1. Start in motion.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
Okay, I have only a adjustable on the outside of crew lock bag T.
Copy, Steve. That's a good config.
All right. I have it facing into the tower, so that should be good.
Looks good to us.
Check, make sure my tether's still going where I think it should. All right, I think I'm going to translate off and go pick up Woody's tether. Is that correct?
Affirm. You'll be translating to the port CETA cart. We'll have you retrieve your green hook first and then retrieve Woody's.
Understand. My green hook first.
Good words.
Woody, we're in position hold now for the second journal cast. It's a handoff intermediate 1, and we're expecting 3.5 minutes, yes.
Copy, Sultan, ready. All right, green hook, red reel, get close, side lock. Go to pick up Woody's tether.
Good config and affirm. Steve, Woody's tether is on the Nader CETA rail at mile marker 6210.
6210, heading there. Thank you.
And for both of you, we are approximately 1 hour into this EVA. Total EVA time's looking like 7 hours and 30 minutes, with the limiting consumable being Woody's battery. You are 30 minutes up on the timeline. Great job.
Copy. Thank you, James. Appreciate the update.
Woody, we are ready for the maneuver to the handoff intermediate position. And just a reminder, This motion will take you body in and then followed by body right.
Copy, Sultan. Thank you. I'm go.
Right, then starting motion. In 3, 2, 1. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Very good motion.
Steve, we see you at Woody's green hook. We recommend that you stow this on your red reel.
Going on my right waist ring. Right waist tether.
We have Steve and Woody. We currently see NASA astronauts Steve, Bowen, and Woody Hoburg have released the IROSA out of the FSC, or that flight support equipment, and Woody Hoburg is currently in movement toward that starboard truss, S6, where he will meet up with Steve and Bowen, where they will install that IROSA for that 1B power channel upgrade.
Right, I have Woody's green hook, my right waist tether, and I'm watching as it turns back.
Currently seeing a helmet come through from Stephen Bowen, who is also starting his translation over to that S6 or starboard truss.
Seems to be following me.
Copy. Confirm the reel is unlocked.
And Woody's reel is unlocked. Actually, my reel is unlocked. Woody's is. Mine is unlocked, but it's not pending. Hold on.
Copy.
Not viewing. That's what I'm seeing. Alright, so. Sure, I'm down. He's up. Alright, ready to translate.
Copy. You'll be translating outboard. We need to check that your gauntlets are down.
Alright, gauntlets on both sides are down.
Copy. Ensure tethers don't cross, and you're headed to S5 to drop Woody's green hook. I'll have a handrail for you when ready.
Alright, let me get on my way out there.
And Woody, our next motion is going to be the IROSA roll join cast. We're expecting 2 minutes.
Sounds great, Sultan, ready. Alright, crossing the third, gauntlets are down.
Copy, Steve.
And Woody, we are ready. And just a reminder to roll IROSA left.
Copy, roll left. Your go.
3, then starting motion in 3, 2, 1. Motion start.
Good motion.
Copy, good motion.
currently seeing live views outside the International Space Station during the 265th spacewalk. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen have the IROSA in hand and are
on the second A-frame.
in translation to the S6 or starboard truss 6 location for that 1B power channel to install the IROSA.
Usually it's my tether that hangs me up. This time it's Woody's.
We have Woody Hoburg at the end of the Canadarm2. He's locked in with that articulating portable foot restraint. And we see Stephen Bowen translating or moving towards that same area. Again, that work site will be the 6S truss. That's that starboard 6 truss where they'll be working to install that IROSA for a 1B power channel upgrade.
"20 seconds to a short handover."
Copy. All right, I have Woody's green hook.
We are ready for the handover intermediate to join our cast, and we're expecting 4 minutes.
Copy, Sultan, I'm ready.
Houston's back with you.
This motion is going to take you body in and then body up.
That looks right to me. I'm ready, Sultan.
Right, then start the motion in 3, 2, 1. Motion start.
Okay, Jenny, I'm trying to figure out which handrail I'm going to. 2127, is that correct?
A-firm, and we have you that you have Woody's green hook down on 2140. I just need to check that his green reel is unlocked.
I do. And the green reel was unlocked. That is correct.
Okay, then A-firm, you are headed to 2127 to place your green hook.
All right, getting my green hook ready to install on 2127.
Just over an hour and 5 minutes in today's spacewalk, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are currently heading to their next work site after releasing the IROSA from the FSE, or that flight support equipment.
Okay, close ladder locked.
Copy.
All right, and I will continue my translation.
Stephen Bowen is translating, and we have Woody Hoburg, who will be waiting to hand off that IROSA over to Stephen Bowen. The duo will be doing a leapfrog maneuver, passing the IROSA off until they get to that starboard 6 truss area for that 1B power upgrade. Again, this is happening because the robotic arm does not reach all the way over to the starboard 6 truss.
008, I remember that handrail.
A-firm, you'll likely be poor man fair leading your tether around it to keep your tether stowed around the perimeter.
I understand that's one of the overhangs.
The new solar array, which was delivered to the space station on the Commercial Resupply Service Mission, or CRS-28, on June 5th, will ultimately increase the station's available power by 30%. This will be the 6th IROSA or third pair to be completed today.
Fair lead, 2008. All right, now I head across here. I'm half the cable back. Correct, Jenny?
Affirm, Steve.
All right. I'm at the width. I'm looking at 12. Papa, Papa. Foxtrot. And looks like 8.
Those are good settings.
All right.
Steve, when you're ready, you can ingress the APFR, and I have some checks for you.
All right, let me get comfortable here.
And Woody, our next motion is going to be the IROSA handoff back of journal CAS, and we are expecting 2 minutes.
I'm ready, Sultan.
And Woody, we are ready, and just a reminder, this is going to be body right motion.
Concur, Sultan, ready.
The motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion.
We copy, good motion.
And we see Woody Hoburg in motion at the end of the Canada Arm 2. He's been flown from the inside of the International Space Station by UAE astronaut Sultan Anayati. And again, Woody Hoburg is being brought over to meet where Stephen Bowen is currently stationed. He's going to hand off that IROSA to Stephen Bowen.
Steve, can you see IROSA? I can. Good clearance. I'm just trying to get my foot in. There's some difficulty. Just let me know if we need to pause. All right, hold on. Oh yeah, it's looking good.
And we are in position hold.
Copy, Sultan. Some difficulty getting into my APFR today.
Copy, Steve. Take your time for everyone's awareness. We just need our checks once you're in the APFR, Steve, so we will hold on the final manual maneuver for the handoff.
Your right foot, I'm not sure if it kicked the roll, Steve. I'll go check. Or I guess that's left. Yeah, let's not make that mistake later, okay? Yep. Still looks like 8. Great. And foxtrot, okay. Let's try this again, see what I'm doing wrong. Take your time.
And we're currently getting a helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg, EV1. Again, we see him with the IROSA in hand. He is preparing to pass that off to Stephen Bowen. And we see the feet of Stephen Bowen as he is going into his articulating portable foot restraint. And we have switch views. And now have the helmet cam of Stephen Bowen looking out as he sees Woody Hoburg holding the IROSA. Again, we tell that that's Woody Hoburg by the red stripes on his suit.
Copy that you're in the APFR, Steve. Well done. Our checks are to ensure your cooling, visor, and glove heaters are set. We have 45 minutes until eclipse.
All right. My cooling visor and glove heaters are set. Good hat, a dry hat, and a good glove inspection. One smudge on there, RTD. Okay.
Copy. Let's ensure your gauntlets are down.
Gauntlets are down on EV2.
Tools and tethers are clear, and your ingress aid is clear.
Tools and tethers are clear, ingress aid is clear.
Copy.
You just punch your bag to the left a little. Yep, yeah, good point, good call. Looks good. Thank you. Let me roll that in a little bit. Yep.
We copy good checks. And finally...
That's good. How'd that look, Woody? Looks great, Steve.
Finally, Steve, ensure your heels are secure in the APFR.
My heels are secure in the APFR. It definitely feels different without a BSI.
All right, good to know. We copy all. When you are ready, you both can give Sultan and Frank a go to the published handoff position. Your first step will be to perform a RET swap. So, Steve, you'll be attaching a RET to the IROSA root beam handrail.
Over to you for GCA. Ready for GCA.
And we are ready, guys, for the GCA to the publish IROSA handoff position. We're expecting 75 centimeters body in from Woody's perspective.
Sultan, that sounds perfect. I'm ready for GCA.
Start in motion in 3, 2, 1.
Good motion. I see good motion.
Good motion. Continuing.
Continue.
Again, you're seeing a helmet cam view from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. We see those IROSAs getting closer to him. Again, once given the go, we're going to see NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg hand off the IROSA to Stephen Bowen.
I have a RET to the handrail. Continue.
Copy, continue. Ready to go.
Can stop motion.
Just stop.
All right, let me stabilize this out, Woody. You got it, Steve. I have the IROSA. Okay, you have the IROSA. Let me know when you want me to disconnect my RET. My RET is attached. I can see it. It looks good. Ready for you to detach your RET.
Stephen Woody, can we call that GCA complete?
GCA complete.
Stephen Bowen now has that IROSA in hand, and Woody Hoburg is going to be detaching his retractable. He's going to be retracting his equipment tether from that IROSA.
And Houston copies all, copy a good ret swap. We concur. Next is to get to the APFR egress position.
And we now have a view from Woody Hoburg's helmet cam, that HECA high definition cam, where he is now looking over at NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen, as he now has the IROSA in hand. And I see Woody with a camera in hand, ready to take a couple photos.
And brakes off. And when you're ready, Woody.
I'm ready, Sultan.
Right, so this is going to be body out, just reverse the motion that we did, which is 60 centimeters.
That sounds great.
And starting motion.
Motion.
Good motion. Ramping out.
Copy.
And next is going to be the egress back of joint OCAS. We're expecting 1.5 minutes.
I'm ready.
And Woody, we're ready when you are.
Ready.
Starting motion. Command send, starting motion.
Motion.
Target motion.
Now 1 hour and 19 minutes into today's spacewalk. We have a few milestones to recap. The duo exited the hatch with the official start time of today's EVA at 7:42 a.m. Central Time. Duo then went over, translated by the Canadarm2. Woody Hoburg met Stephen Bowen over at the FSE, where they released the IROSA from the pallet that held it. The duo then translated over into the furthest point where the Canadarm could reach. Woody Hoburg has just handed off the IROSA to Stephen Bowen. This will continue a leapfrog maneuver where the duo hands off the IROSA to each other, moving it down the S6 truss to the installation location.
All right, Woody, we are ready for your go for GCA to a published APFR egress position. We're expecting 1 meter body in.
That sounds perfect, Sultan. Your go.
Copy. Starting motion.
Good motion.
Copy. Good motion.
And again, you're seeing helmet cam views from Woody Hoburg, again attached to the end effector of the Canada Arm 2, where he has situated himself on an articulating portable foot restraint. He is being moved by Sultan Anayati, who's inside the International Space Station.
Right, GCA complete, and brakes are coming on.
Copy. Brakes on. Egressing.
And brakes on. You are go for APFR egress.
Copy. Go. Thanks, Sultan.
Houston copies.
Just moved into position and given the go, Woody Hoburg will egress that APFR, that articulating portable foot restraint.
Maneuver. Almost there. It's clear.
Woody, we need you to stow the APFR ingress aid to the boot plate and then GCA if you need to perform your tether swap.
Yeah, copy that, James. Get the ingress aid in just a moment, so that's all right.
Affirm. Short handover.
Copy.
And if you're just joining us, we had a brief handover between satellites, but you're watching the 265th
Houston fact.
Spacewalk for ISS upgrades, maintenance, and assembly. In the middle of your screen, you see EV1 designated with the red stripes. That's NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He just egressed the articulating portable foot restraint that's on the end of the Canadarm2. He'll be meeting up with NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen, who currently has the IROSA. Again, the duo will be passing off the IROSA from each other to the other until they reach the S6 or starboard 6 truss, where they'll be working to install the IROSA today.
Everybody gets out of your tether config call. We break that. Yep, I've got my green hook down, gate closed, locked on lock. Correction, gate closed, locked, black on black to my red reel. Picking up my yellow hook.
Houston's following along.
Yellow hook, gate closed, locked, black on black to green reel, both reels unlocked.
Good.
That completes a good tether path.
Good config.
Thanks, James.
We need that ingress aid stowed to the boot plate, and then you'll be putting your green hook back on handrail 2140.
Yep, copy. All right, 2140, correct?
Affirm.
Copy. Thank you, James. Green hook's down. Green rail's unlocked.
Copy. Good config. Woody, you can give Frank and Sultan a go to the truss back off.
All right, Frank, Sultan, you guys are go for trust back off. Thanks for all your great flying today.
And we copy Woody. Great job. Brakes are coming off.
Happy brakes off.
Woody, you'll translate to Steve's boot plate. Use caution next to the radiator. It will be on your right once you're at the APFR.
Thanks, James. Let me get eyes on it. Okay, yep, I see it.
After reconfiguring some tethers, Woody Hoburg is now attached back to the International Space Station and begin translating to Stephen Bowen. He gave the AOK for Sultan Adiyati, who's controlling the Canadarm, to from inside the International Space Station to do a back-off maneuver.
Woody, we see you at the APFR. Caution, during this rotation, keep IROSA clear of the S6 radiator.
Copy, James. Thanks. AV2, copy. All right, Steve. I'm ready. I've got the yaw pedal. This is going to be a yaw to your left. All right. And I'll give you a countdown. I'll do depressing the yaw. Sounds good. You can get IROSA started, and I'll depress the yaw. I'm ready. You're ready. 3, 2, 1, depress. How's that feeling, Steve? Feels nice and smooth. Beautiful. All right, we're going.
Currently with a helmet cam view from Woody Hoburg, we see Stephen Bowen in that articulating portable foot restraint where he's been manually turned by Woody Hoburg.
All right, very nice.
Again, with the IROSA in hand, the duo will do a leapfrog maneuver. Once Stephen Bowen is in place, Woody will translate to the right location and take control of the IROSA. And the duo will do this a few times as the IROSA and the crew head towards the starboard 6 or S6 truss where they'll be installing the IROSA for the 1B power channel upgrade.
You're getting close. Should be pretty close. Yeah, Steve, that's a yaw of 3. To me, that looks good compared to a yaw of 2. I'll take it. It looks good. Looks like you'll have room over there. Yeah, okay. Great, you're back locked in. Thank you. Yep.
All right, Houston copies. We are
Stephen Woody, the arm will be in motion soon.
We copy. We are at a yaw of 3. Woody, we need you to ensure that Steve's safety tether is clear for his eventual APFR egress, and we also need you to poor man's fair lead your tether such that it's under the APFR, so on the base handrail.
All right, yep, Steve's tether is looking great. It's headed directly station aft. Perfect. And my tether will be meanest of that and fair led under the APFR.
Copy.
Like Jenny said.
Great job, both of you. Woody, translate outboard. We want you at the at handrail 2060, and you will be placing a rich man's fair lead on the mod kit right lower strut handrail or on S6. We just need it to be clear of the APFR.
Okay, 2060 for the fair lead or on the mod kit.
Affirm. And this is a rich man's fair lead.
Okay, thanks.
Stephen Woody, arm will be in motion soon.
Thanks, Sultan. Thanks, Sultan. Jenny, just confirm 2060 is acceptable for the fair lead.
Affirm. S6 2060 is acceptable.
Thank you.
For both of your awareness, you are still doing great on the timeline. We're about 20 minutes away from a eclipse. That is not our working eclipse, so we are not Russian.
Copy, thanks, Dams. All right, fair lead's down on 2060.
Copy, Fairlead 2060. You'll next want to verify your APFR settings.
Yep, I see a clocking 6, Fox, Fox. I see Echo. I believe we want Foxtrot.
Affirm, it should be Fox.
Okay, moving to Fox. Roll of Fox set. And the yaw is 2.
Good settings. You can ingress the APFR.
Happy, thanks, Jenny. Thank you, Steve. You know if you need more room at your head. Should be good.
After translating to the forward edge of the S6 truss, Woody Hoburg is now ingressing a different APFR. Well, he will then take control of the IROSA from Stephen Bowen. Prior to taking control of the IROSA, they will do another HAP and gauntlet check. Again, that HAP is that helmet absorption pad, and gauntlets are those coverings on their arms, their suits where it covers their arm plate and where their hands attach.
For your checks, we need your cooling, visor, and glove heaters set. We have 21 minutes of insulation.
All right, Jenny, I'm still at a TCV of 4, visor down, glove heaters on, and gauntlets are down.
Copy. Ensure tools and tethers are clear and your ingress 8 is clear.
Tools and tethers are clear. Tethers heading back down to the fair lead. Ingress 8 is clear.
Copy. Ensure heels secure in the APFR.
Heels are secure.
All right, we see you have a RET on the scoop in your right hand. We also need one on the long duration tie down tether.
Can work. All right, I got 2 rets down, one each side.
All right, copy.
I have IROSA. You have IROSA. I'm going to take my ret, connect it to the adjustable, and then remove the ball studs. Sounds great.
Good word, Steve.
And you just heard confirmation from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He has now taken control over the IROSA from Stephen Bowen.
Feels great. I've got it. Yep. Happy. One off. Copy. What's the other one? Okay. Yeah, off and clear. Looks great. I've got it. All right. Let me.
Copy all. Steve, egress the APFR.
This thing works.
Steve Bowen will now reposition himself. He will egress his APFR, meaning he will get out of it. He will then translate over to Woody and perform the same task that Woody did to him previously. And they will hand off the IROSA one more time before they reach the S6 truss or the work site where they will be installing the IROSA today.
Just make sure my tethers are clearing. Your safety tether looks great on the right side, Steve. Thank you. So what I was looking for, make up these in a good position. Give me 1 second to get these stowed here, Woody, and I'll be on my way. Take your time. And Jenny, I actually have them to a handrail. I have them to handrail number 2034.
Copy, Steve.
And I'm releasing my wrap. And I'm translating over to Woody.
Good words.
Be to your right. Yep. Say that again? Woody, was that? What was that? I wasn't sure if you were going down to follow your safety tether or just coming direct. Nope, coming direct. Okay, copy.
Houston concurs. Steve's headed out to you directly, Woody, and then he will come back inboard and go around the other side of S6 later on.
Got it. And Hi, Steve. Hello. Just let me get in a good position to do this. Okay. Gonna get my feet above the radiator. Look, I'm gonna swing it all the way around. I see that. So it went in front of my body, I hope, or did I put my tether behind me? Your safety tether is in front of you on the left side. It is in front of me, but it's in front of my body. Yes. Okay. That's what I wanted. Yep. It's just hard to see with the BRT. Yep, I see that. There it goes. Nice. I agree with you. That's what I wanted. All right, I'm at T060. Let me get stable. Okay.
And you have a view on your screen. In the middle, you see the Canadarm2. Below that, you see the two astronauts. EV1, designated by the red stripe, is NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. And right below him, or above on your screen, is going to be Stephen Bowen, NASA astronaut. He is at Woody's APFR, or Articulating Portable Foot Restraint. He's going to turn Woody to the right, and he's going to line up that IROSA in Woody's hands with the mounting bracket.
We're currently at 2. And Jenny, I'm going to 6. Is that correct?
Good words.
Sounds right. And is on your right. Yep. O is on your left. Verifying that. Concur. All right, and I'm ready. 3, 2, going right. Want to start? 3, 2, 1, start. Got good motion.
And we're currently seeing a helmet cam view from Stephen Bowen, and he is turning that portable foot restraint with Woody Hoburg attached. IROSA in hand, turning to the right. The IROSA will be lined up with the mounting bracket.
Good. More to go. How's the position? That's 6. How's that look? Let's see, looking. Did we... So I'm pretty far from the mounting bracket right now. Right? It looks like the right angle in yaw. I think we need to roll to my right. I agree. Let me you're currently Echo. You want to go to Foxtrot. Okay, yeah, I don't know how we got back to Echo, but that sounds great. I am starting that motion, and I'm ready. There it goes. Great. Oh, hold on. Can you get more stable for that? Beautiful. When you think you're there. We're in the zone now. All right, it looks like it's locked in Foxtrot, but sorry we made that mistake before. All right, how stable do you feel? Well, I still feel a little bit far from the mounting bracket. You want to go to golf? I wonder if we should go to golf. Can we do that? Can we try that? Is that all right?
And Houston's following. We're okay with going to golf.
Okay, go to golf. All right, there it goes. Nice. And keep coming. Almost to golf. You're right in between Foxtrot and golf. Good. Still right in between. Hold on. Okay, gotcha. Okay. Still got to go right a little bit. Maybe you're right. Hang on. You're back to Foxtrot. Gotcha. Okay, let's try going to golf again. Okay, here comes golf. Want to go to golf? Are we there? No, not yet. Okay. A hard time getting the... There you go. That's golf. Gotcha. How's that? That is... I think that's going to be better, yeah. Okay. Let's go with that. All right, you're locked in. I'm going to head over. Great. I've still got IROSA looking great. Sounds good. Let me get clear of everything here. All right. It'll take a few minutes. Okay,
All right, Houston followed all of that and copy our final config. Big picture call for all crew. We are 2 minutes from a 14-minute LOS. We are go to push with the nominal procedure. Frank, we are in block 6, step 27 for Steve.
Session copies, block 6, step 27 for Steve.
Affirm. Frank, you are prime IV.
Copy, Jenny. Thanks so much. Okay, Frank, I'm going to start working my way over. Make sure I'm clear of Woody's tether and the radiator.
And you just heard Ground IV here in Mission Control Houston pass on the control of IV position over to Frank Rubio inside the International Space Station. And she did that because we have an LOS, about a 6-minute LOS, 8-minute LOS coming up here. And again, that is a loss of signal.
I'll put fingers on IROSA pin slots mounted to the inside and outside of the Rubium structure. When on the aft side of the mod kit, avoid contacting legacy blanket boxes and protruding trunnions. Understand. Okay, and then the cautions have to do with loads and rates on structure. Any questions on that? No questions. Okay, and so you are translating to position on the left side of the mounting bracket for IROSA install. I agree.
After positioning Woody Hoburg to the mounting bracket with the IROSA, Stephen Bowen is now in translation to head over to the far side of the mounting bracket himself, and they'll prepare for the IROSA install.
All right, that's what I'm doing.
And this begins that LOS period. You're seeing a live view inside the International Flight Station control room. Again, we have about an 8-minute LOS, and that's going to be for audio and visual happening here. The flight control team here in Mission Control Houston taking the time now to get a restroom break in. But don't worry, again, that ground IV, Jenny Gibbons, passed over control to the International Space Station, where IV Frank Rubio is walking the duo through the next steps. We had last visuals of last visual of NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen translating over to that left side of the mounting bracket. Again, once he is there, he will be close to Woody Hoburg, who has the IROSA in hand, and they'll be at that work site where they will install the IROSA for that 1B power channel upgrade. Currently on your screen, you had a view of the International Space Station, and you see that far left of the screen is where we're installing today. The duo on June 9th, just last week, installed that IROSA on the 1A power channel, and we will be installing the IROSA today on the 1B power channel, just the opposite side of where they worked last week. Today's spacewalk is being conducted by Expedition 69 spacewalkers, flight engineers, NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen. Today, Stephen Bowen is EV2, while Woody Hoburg is EV1. The duo switched roles from last week, where Stephen Bowen was EV1 and Woody Hoburg was EV2. Today is Woody Hoburg's second spacewalk, while it is the 10th for Stephen Bowen. With this spacewalk, Bowen ties most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut with Michael Lopez Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy. Bowen has accumulated 60 hours and 22 minutes of spacewalking time in his previous 9 EVAs, or spacewalks. Woody Hoburg has a previous 6 hours and 3 minutes of spacewalking time. Again, you have live coverage today of the 265th spacewalk in support of space station assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. This is the 8th spacewalk from the space station in 2023 and the 6th spacewalk for Expedition 69. Again, you're back inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room. We're about 3.5 minutes into about an 8-minute LOS where we have no audio or visuals of the spacewalk. Again, you see the flight controllers here taking that time to get a break, going to use restrooms and other facilities. If you're just joining us, you're looking live inside the International Space Station Flight Control Room here at Mission Control Houston. Currently, you're getting live coverage brought to you for the 265th Spacewalk in support of ISS maintenance, upgrades, and assembly. We have two spacewalkers outside the space station currently. We have NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen, who have exited the International Space Station this morning at 7:42 a.m. Central Time, who have now successfully released the IROSA from the FSE, or the flight support equipment, and they have now translated it over to its work site, the Starboard 6 truss, or the S6 truss as you'll hear it. Again, we left the duo a few minutes ago with an LOS, or a loss of signal. We have no audio or visual currently of the spacewalk, but the duo are being helped by those on board the International Space Station. We have IV Frank Rubio. NASA astronaut Frank Rubio is currently taking over the role from the ground as the IV, helping the duo through the procedures as we are in the loss of signal. We should have that signal back here in about 5 minutes.
That's feeling good. Hang on. We're really close right now, Steve. Let's not move it too far from here. Can you actuate your... Okay. Trying to. No. I don't know if it pops up. Meaning it's engaged? Looks like it. Yeah, looks like it's engaged.
And we have audio back.
Okay, that's good news. Hang on. How's yours? Mine's not in yet. Wiggling it, but it's not. Yeah, I'll come around. Yeah, see if you can get your eyes on it. We're in the right spot. There it is. Got it? Yep. Nice. All right, soft capture, 2 pins.
Nice job, guys. Hey, once we verify
the soft captures.
Once we verify that the 2 soft captures, which weren't very soft, are properly engaged, then Woody will be working on removing the left-hand scoop from the root beam.
Okay. Thank you. Left-hand scoop is removed.
Okay, copy that, Woody. Woody, you'll next be performing a glove, hap, and gauntlet check. Steve, you're going to be retrieving the red plus adjustable tether from the cool-off bag mic, and this is for the scoop stow.
Understand.
Houston is back with
the
you.
gloves, dry hat, gauntlets down.
Copy, Woody, good check. And Jams, welcome back. We are currently in Block 7. Woody just completed Step 5 with a good glove, hap, and gauntlet check. And Steve is working on retrieving the ret on Step 7. We have 2 left soft captures engaged.
Copy all. I see Block 7.
What's going on here with my... Is that Steve? Got something wrong with my right leg, I think. And my tether. Yep, it's your weight tether. Or no, it's the bag, actually. It's the bag that's integral tether. I gotta come up. Yep. Off is good. And you're free, Steve. Thank you.
I copy your location and the procedure. Great job, Frank. I'm ready for you to hand it over back to me when you are.
Okay, once again, Block 7, Step 5 complete for Woody, and Steve is currently in Step 7. Woody, Jenny, you're prime. Thanks so much.
Great job, Frank. I'm prime IV. I copy Steve that you are retrieving the adjustable with the RET for the scoop stove.
Yeah, I'm looking for that one here. Oops, not the right one.
And Woody, can you confirm that the left-hand scoop has been removed from the root beam, so it's on your mini workstation?
Confirm, Jams. I have 2 scoops connected by a long duration ready to my workstation. I'll give you 1 second. I'll get you that adjustable. Thank you, Steve.
Copy all.
Actually, not the one in the bag. It's the one on the bag. And Jenny, I have Bravo 2, counter 2 set when it's time.
Good settings.
Go for R6. Actually, negative, Jans. Let's wait on that. That way we can wait for Steve to control it.
A-firm.
That one. Actually, I don't see another adjustable in there. 1, 2, there it is. Do you see the cap keeper, Steve? Send it my way. It's the one the other way. You want the cap keeper too? Yeah. Okay. Here's the other adjustable. Great. Here's scoops for you for that adjustable. Right, here, I'll trade you 1 second. Give me a second. Copy. Ah, there you are up there. Okay, let's give you... Grab the cap keepers. Got it. And I'll take a scoop. Here's 2 scoops for you. Just let me know when you want me to release my ret. Here, 1 second. Take your time. All right, I got adjustable for that one. And an adjustable for this one. And I'm going to release your ret. Okay, Steve, ready? Or ready. All right, ready for it? There it comes. I see it. Thanks, Steve. All right, let me stow this. Oops, you've got the the cap keeper and the AMS. Yep, and if Jans is okay with it, I'm going to remove the 4 caps from IROSA.
A-firm, you can remove the caps, Woody.
Thank you, Jenny, and I have the AMS knob on my mini workstation.
We copy.
Okay. Get the back stowed. Sure, I'm back in the kitchen thing. Stand by.
Copy.
All right, I need to be able to hold this thing closed. Okay, cops are going back to the bag, Steve. You can just leave them on the outside for now. I am ready for you to engage the R6 bolt. I'm holding it closed. Copy that.
Steve, we do want you in position to keep IROSA folded up while Woody does that R6 bolt, but I'll also take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check from you.
I'm already in position. If you give me a moment, I'll give you those calls as soon as we get it undone at this point.
Okay, we copy. That's fine with us. Woody, you'll be releasing R6. The bolt will spring out. We're looking for a white line visible, and you can expect 18 to 20 turns.
Copy, Jams. Bravo 2, counter 2 set. Starting turns.
Good words.
2 hours and 10 minutes into today's spacewalk. We have NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen outside the International Space Station, as they have now removed an IROSA from its flight support equipment pad, and they have translated it over and relocated it to the S6 part of the truss. We currently have the duo installing that IROSA.
Copy, 17 turns. The bolt has sprung out. Can you see a white line?
Woody Hoburg is currently releasing a final hinge restraint with the pistol grip tool or that space drill.
And then egress the APFR using the ingress aid only.
Okay, PGT stowed, egressing, ingress aid only. Jams, yeah, all right, sounds good. Pretty good place to do the NGGLs, though, when you got that. I was wondering. Yeah, Jams, just because stability is so nice in the APFR, I'm thinking about uncapping these NGGLs. They're right beside me. I don't mind waiting.
Checking. Woody, your go.
Thanks, Jams.
While you're doing that, I can give you your PET. We are 2 hours and 10 minutes into a 7-hour, 30-minute EVA, limiting consumable, Woody's Medox, and you're 45 minutes up on the timeline. Great work.
Two caps down, 2 to go.
Houston copies.
And thank you for the update, Jams. 3 down. Nice to be stable. That's pretty cool. Okay, caps removed. We'll make sure these stay clear for unfold. All right, I'm egressing, Steve. Yep.
Copy all. And for both of your awareness, we have our video back.
And we now have visuals back of the duo outside the space station today.
The ingress aid is low profile and fair lead under the APFR. We'll have you on the right side of the mounting bracket for unfold.
Okay, concur with all. Already fair lead. And ingress aid is low profile.
While we had no visuals, we did have the duo begin the install of the IROSA onto the mounting bracket for the 1B power work site. Earlier, the duo did confirm to soft capture for the IROSA. Right now, we'll see them move around and reposition themselves to the right side of the mounting bracket for the unfolding to begin for the IROSA.
Warning, pinch point, keep clear of rotating IROSA. With that, Steve, you can slowly pivot IROSA to the unfolded position, and Woody, engage the right side alignment guide and slot.
Copy. Unfolding. See it. Looking good. Keeping everything out, looking pretty. Mounting plate is clear. Oh, well, those caps just got in there. I see them. They're staying on the, hey, stop unfold. Let me just make sure these stay out of the way. There we go. Toss them my way, I get them. Okay. There you go, you're good. They're clear. Copy. Sounds good, soft capture. I see it.
Copy. You see the soft capture feature engaged. Well done, both of you. Next step is to drive R7 and R8, the hinge bolts. That's for you, Woody. For Steve, I'll take a glove inspection, hap check, and gauntlet check.
Hands are down, hap is dry. James, I copy R7 and R8. Just out of curiosity, how much time do we have left in this eclipse?
You have 15 minutes left in this eclipse, which is not enough time for our cables, so we'll be working other steps, and our target eclipse is still the next eclipse.
Okay. All right, my gloves look good. Same as before.
Copy. All good checks on Steve. And Steve, I understand the AMS knob is already with Woody on his mini workstation. All I have for you in this time is to stow the scoops and long duration tie down tether in the bag if you've not done so already.
I am working on those things right now.
Copy.
Sure, and working on the AMS knob is the next thing. Well, when he gives it back to me.
Copy.
Duo working in orbital nighttime.
Copy. Your settings are alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Copy. Alpha 1, clockwise 2.
Good words. You'll be driving these bolts to torque. Expect 14 to 17 turns.
Copy. Thank you. Alpha 1, clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
Starting with R7.
Copy. R7.
And we have helmet cam views from Woody Hoburg EV1, who is releasing hinge bolts on the IROSA. Again, once these hinge bolts are released, Steve Bowen will be able to help Woody Hoburg unfold the IROSA, and then we'll be looking for the next eclipse time period for the duo to start cable mating, and then the full deployment work for the IROSA.
I counted 17 and a half turns, and I have a good green light with 2.3 foot-pounds on R7.
R7 driven 17.5 turns to torque, 2.3 foot-pounds and a green light.
Confirm. Ready for R8?
You can move to R8, same settings.
Copy R8, same settings. Alpha 1 clockwise 2 is set.
Good words.
I counted 17 turns. I have a good green light, 2.4 foot-pounds.
2.4 foot-pounds, 17 turns, green light. That is a good bolt, Woody. You can stow your PGT and now work with the AMS knob to loosen those bolts one turn each and then tighten them till just snug.
Okay, PGT stowed, working the AMS knob. R7 reset. I've been a quarter turn off, quarter turn on.
Copy. Quarter turn off and on R7.
R8, same on R8.
Copy the same on R8. You can give the AMS knob to Steve to stow in the bag.
And what again? With the cap keeper. Yeah. There it is. You just add it. One of that. And it'll be done. All right, Steve, you have the cap keeper and AMS knob. Thank you. Thank you.
I have some big picture words for both of you when ready.
Ready. Ready.
Okay, our timing has been great so far. We are headed into insulation, so we will push with driving the M bolts and do as much as we can prior to the cable mates. That will involve a bit of a replan. We'll give you information on some cleanup steps that we're going to get ahead on. Those aren't quite ready yet, but when they are, I will get words to you. So next steps for Steve are to get ready for those M bolts. You can divide those up however you want, but the socket for the M bolts is on Steve's PGT.
And we copy. We copy jams. Hey, Jenny, I'm right in front of J1 through J4. Is it a good time to get those mated?
So, Woody, I'm just pausing on that because they might interfere with the M bolts, but we're talking it.
Okay, gotcha. Okay, just a reminder, we did those first on the last one.
Copy. We understand, Woody, but we're going to keep things simple. We're going to hold off of those until we're done the M bolts because we have so much time before our working eclipse.
Sounds good, James. Thanks. All right, I'll get my side, you get your side, we get this bag closed, and we'll start. That sounds great, Steve. All right. All right. It's the Bravo 5, clockwise 2, and how many turns is it, Jenny?
Those are good settings, and we're driving to torque. Expect 11 to 14 turns. Give us a heads up on hand starts.
Okay. So this is 31. I've got a full turn of the hand start.
Copy. M31, 1 turn of hand start. Drive to torque and black line flush.
All right.
If you're just joining us, you're seeing live views outside of the International Space Station as NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Stephen Bowen are installing an IROSA on the 1B power channel.
Big green light for torch.
Copy. M31, 11 turns, 21.9 foot-pounds, and a green light. Can you confirm the black line flush, Steve?
And black light is flush.
Currently have a helmet cam view.
You can move to M32.
All right, F32 has no hand start. And start and turns now.
You're currently seeing a helmet cam view from NASA astronaut Stephen Bowen. He's using that pistol grip tool, or that PGT, to release hinge bolts on the IROSA they just installed. He is working on the left side while Woody Hoburg released his bolt on the right. Again, you can tell who is who by the stripe designation on the suits. Red stripe is the EV1 worn today by Woody Hoburg.
You got a good pull test on the socket.
Your go.
Copy, go. Thanks, James. All right, just going to get to the right torque here. All right, I got 11 turns. Oh, and I did not get a good green light yet. I am flush.
Copy. That was 11 turns, a green light. And can you say again the torque for M32?
22.6.
We're checking on that bolt, Steve.
Jenny on M37. Say again, Jenny.
And Steve, we're going to have you go back to M32 again. We're just looking for an additional quarter turn on that bolt to reach our minimum.
Okay, I got a good black line. And I got a turn. And I got 22.0 that time. About that one turn.
Copy, Steve. We're checking on it. All right, Steve. Good bolt. You can move on.
All right, let me get myself around to a better position. All right. Hey, Jenny, on M37, I had 11 turns, good green light, 22.0 foot-pounds.
Copy. That's a good bolt.
And M35, 11 turns, good green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Copy. And those are both good bolts. We track a hand start on both of those.
Copy. Yep. I have to have 34. You had a hand start, and I've got 11.4 turns and 22.6 foot-pounds. 33 left to go for me.
Copy, Steve. Can we verify black line flush?
And black line is flush on 34.
Copy, that's a good bolt.
Jams M36 had one hand start, 11 turns, green light, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Copy, that is a good bolt, Woody.
Thank you. Driving M38. I can hand start M33. Driving.
Copy both.
All right. Hey, Jams, got a report on M38.
Ready.
I'm 10 turns down. It was not hand started. Unfortunately, I don't think the thread's engaged for approximately the first 8 turns. I think I'm about 2 turns of threads in on M38.
Copy, Woody. We're talking it.
All right. 33, like 11, well, 12 turns by my count, 11.86 on the thing with a good green light at 22.2 foot-pounds.
Steve, that is a good bolt. And for Woody, we appreciate the report. Let's keep driving that bolt, and we'll do the math on the ground, so just report the new number of turns you get.
Starting from what I'm guessing is 2 turns engaged, starting turns. Okay, Jams, I had 7.5 turns, green light 22.1 on M38. And black line flush on all 9 bolts.
Copy, we're checking on that final bolt, Woody.
Thank you.
All right, Woody, we're going to go back and have you do that bolt again for some additional turns, same settings.
You got it. So 5, clockwise 2 set, M38. Big green light, no turns, 21.9 foot-pounds.
Woody, that is a good bolt. Thank you.
Copy, good bolt. Thank you, Jams.
I'll have more words for both of you in a minute.
Okay. I'll go through my cable bag. That might be a good thing to do. Okay, that's great. And then I'll swap sockets, and I can probably hit these 4 connectors.
All of those are involved in the. All of those items are involved in the plan that we're putting together. I'll have it for you in a minute.
Thanks, Charles. All right, must be time for more pictures of Woody.
Sounds great to us.
Entering into an orbital daytime, the International Space Station is flying 256 statute miles above the South Pacific Ocean off the west coast of the United States. And we just saw Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen complete some bolts, releasing some bolts on the hinge joint of the IROSA that they just installed. Carrying us through the next set of procedures is my colleague Rebecca Wicks, who will continue coverage today.
All right, Woody and Steve, thanks for your patience. We have words for you now. We are going to do a modified get-ahead on our worksite cleanup. Steve, you will be mating the NZGL connectors. You can get in position for that. And Woody, you will be translating inboard to the APFR in WIF 1515. That is the APFR that we used for the first handoff of IROSA. I will also need words on your pull test if you did a socket swap.
Okay, I did a socket swap with a good pull test. Copy WIF 15.
Copy.
I may need to clean up my tether when you come back, Woody. Okay. You want me to take a look at it? Let me do a quick look. Get it around me right now, I think. Yes, you sure do. Let's see. There you go. Thank you. It's behind me, right? No, now it's in, I put it in front of you. Oh, perfect. Thank you. So now it's right side crossing toward your left. Okay. And then clear.
Caution for both of you, Steve, before you start mating these NZGLs, just avoid contact with the cables and connectors when they are attached to IROSA.
Copy that.
We are bringing you live coverage of U.S. EVA 88. This is the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year. We started this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. The team has been very efficient in their tasks. First, the NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exited the International Space Station. They released the IROSA, or the International Space Station Rollout Solar Array, from its flight support equipment area. They relocated it to the starboard truss at the 1B power supply. To get there, they utilized the robotic arm Emirati Space Agency astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati inside the International Space Station maneuvered that robotic arm. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg flew on that robotic arm holding the solar array. When they arrived close to the work site, the astronauts then used a leapfrog maneuver to pass the IROSA between themselves in order to reach that workstation because the robotic arm didn't quite reach. From there, they installed the IROSA and released hinge bolts.
Copy. P3 made it.
Next up in their timeline was going to be to mate the cables. However, they have to do that in an eclipse. We have about 50 minutes until that eclipse starts, so the flight control team here in Mission Control Houston made the decision to proceed with a work-ahead task, which is what the astronauts are currently on their way to do.
Yeah, P2 with a good mate. Over center.
Copy. P2 made it to J2.
All right, P1, J1. Big good pins. Be in my band, no fog.
Good checks. Your go. Woody, you will be stowing this APFR on your BRT and then translating to the port CETA cart to drop it off.
Okay. Pick up this APFR, take it to the port CETA cart. Thanks, James.
Affirm, I have instructions on your green hook along the way.
Okay. I will plan to pick it up. Okay, any other instructions?
You'll be picking it up, then installing the APFR and the port CETA cart. I'll give you the whiff and the settings when you're closer to it, and then you'll be translating back outboard, dropping your green hook in the same spot.
Okay, thanks, James.
As part of this work site cleanup, they are going to be retrieving their articulating portable foot restraints and stowing those with the body restraint tether.
All right, P1, J1 band, over center with good connection.
Copy. P1 made it to J1. I track that that is your last NZGL connector, correct, Steve?
I agree.
All right.
And you want me to pick up the scoop with the cap, other than M1? The M bag?
We need to leave the scoop there for Woody to use later.
Oh, good point. I get too far ahead, I guess.
But next step for you, Steve.
What am I using it for, James? Okay.
Say again?
Yeah, disregard.
Okay, we're about 30
I think
seconds.
I'd probably be okay without that scoop, but...
Let's leave it. We're 30
Okay.
seconds from a short handover. Steve, go get the mutt end effectors. You'll be stowing them in the cable bag.
Mutt end effectors for the cable bag. All right, I'll let Woody clear and I'll head over that way.
We have an expected loss of signal on our video views as the International Space Station flies around the Earth. Those data links transfer between satellites. During this handover, you can see live views of the Mission Control Center in Houston. Brandon Lloyd is our flight director today. He's part of the 2021 class of flight directors. To his right, in the black shirt, is Jenny City Givens. She is a Canadian Space Agency astronaut. She is the main voice you are hearing speaking with the crew. She is the ground IV. IV stands for intravehicular. She is the person that is talking to them while they are outside the space station on their spacewalk. The crew is performing some cleanup tasks as they are ahead of schedule. We are waiting on that eclipse to start so that they can safely mate those cables in the dark.
Hey, Jenny, I picked up my green hook.
Copy, Woody. Woody, you will be stowing that APFR in the port CETA cart with 3. That's Zenith Starboard.
With 3 Zenith Starboard, thanks.
CETA is a cart. CETA stands for Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. He is going to be storing his portable foot restraint on that cart. This is a live helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He is translating back to the IROSA worksite. Correction, he is going to the Zenith starboard side for that CETA cart in order to install his portable foot restraint. This is a view of that S6 starboard worksite where the IROSA solar array is installed and waiting to be...
Copy, Steve. Steve, now that you have stowed those mutt end effectors in the cable bag, we'll have you translate back out to the mod kit and more steps for you shortly. Woody, I have more big picture words for you as well.
Hey, James. Trying to get eyes on WIF 3. And is it on swing arm 3, James? Do you know?
Hey, from Woody, that's it.
Okay, that's it. Copy. All right, James, I'm ready for APFR clocking and big picture words.
Clocking of 12. And when you install this APFR, we'll take your checks and we'll also have you adjust the MLI on the ingress aid. Best effort. We know that these are tough, but try and get the metal covered up as best you can, please.
MLI stands for multi-layer insulation.
And Woody, just let me know when you get back out here. Going to need you to move my safety tether back to the other side again. Okay, no problem, Steve. Thanks. Yep.
We are currently 2 hours and 51 minutes into our spacewalk.
Full twist test. Walking 12, walking color black on black. Pitch knob can be depressed and is locked, and I fixed the MLI.
All right, copy all. Now, big picture, Woody, we're still tracking like 40 minutes until your guys' working eclipse time. So that means that we do have time for you to get onto the FSE and get that beam stowed. So at this time, we'll have you translate onto the FSE. You do not need to place any rich man's fair lead on the FSE.
The FSE is the flight support equipment. That was that initial work site, the initial work site where they retrieved the IROSA at the beginning of today's spacewalk.
We'll have you at Stanchion Alpha, Woody.
Okay, Alpha, thanks.
NASA astronauts Steve, Bowen and Woody Hoburg.
So I go back. Yeah.
Continue to be ahead of the timeline. The solar array installation steps are complete. The team is waiting on the beginning of a working eclipse to begin the power connector mates. While they wait, the astronauts are getting ahead on some cleanup steps. The suits continue to perform well. We expect no suit constraints on today's operations.
All right, Steve, we see you back at the mounting bracket. For you, we don't have much to do while Woody does these FSE beam ops, but we would like you to check and replace the MLI, which is on the mounting bracket. I have 3 locations for you to do that when you're ready to copy.
Okay, ready to copy.
We want you to check the right lower strut, left lower strut, and right mid strut MLI.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has successfully completed a work-ahead step of stowing his portable foot restraint unit onto a cart. He is now headed to the flight support equipment area where he will be stowing a beam.
That one's off the pole.
Copy, Steve.
That one's better. It's on the bolt now. Ground looks like it's in.
Copy, Steve.
Right. Do you have video?
We do have video. Affirm.
Okay, that should look a lot better than it did.
It does, thank you.
Is there something lower on the lower strut, or just it on the right lower?
Checking.
This is a view of NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg.
Lower strut looks really
He
good,
is
Steve.
EV1 today, and that is designated by the red stripe on his spacesuit.
Okay, right mid-strut by the mounting brake. I'm back. Any in place at Alpha?
Copy. Woody, you are going to have to relocate the adjustable equipment tether from the lower stanchion of the FSE handrail to the top stanchion of the FSE handrail, and we'll also need to socket swap before we start bolt-ups.
Copy.
When the astronauts are conducting spacewalks, they have two tethers.
Woody, a reminder for you, when you're on the FSE, no sudden movements, quick grabs, or sudden stops, and we'll wait till FSE motion dampens out before imparting any loads.
Copy. Adjustable swapped, socket swap and work.
Copy.
Check on that one. I think I did better there.
Copy, Steve.
Okay, Jenny, socket swapped with a good pull test. That should look a lot better. Is that all right, Jenny? Or do you want me to go back and get more?
Copy, Steve. We're checking, and I copy the good pull test for Woody. Woody, you can hand start C3 one turn.
C3 one turn, hand start. Work. Just that there a little bit more. I might have to loosen the adjustable on the other side to allow that. Let me see.
We copy, Woody. We might have to head over there to do that. That's okay. And
Yeah, I think so.
all right, we copy. Steve, next for you is to check the MLI on the left lower strut to the mounting bracket. The other ones look good. Great job.
Right. Left lower at the mounting brake.
Good words.
Yeah, I did that today.
I have an updated PET for both of you. We are 3 hours into this EVA. Our limiting consumable is Woody's battery, and we're tracking toward 7 hours and 30 minutes in total. We are way ahead of the timeline as you guys are doing cleanup get-aheads. We have still just over 30 minutes to our working eclipse, so lots of time to get these done.
Thanks so much for the update, James. We appreciate it.
You guys doing a great job.
Jenny City Gibbons from Mission Control Houston, the Spacewalk communicator today for the crew, just gave an update on our timeline. We have just reached 3 hours in the Spacewalk, and we are running well ahead of schedule. The crew is currently working on some get-ahead tasks. Right now, we are waiting in about 30 minutes for an eclipse to start.
Okay, I got 2, maybe 3 turns of hand start on C3.
Copy. 2 to 3 turns hand started on C3. You can translate to stanchion Bravo. We'll be relocating that adjustable equipment tether from the lower to the upper stanchion like you did at stanchion Alpha.
I already completed that actually, James. I had to go do that in order to give myself enough slack.
Okay, copy. Great work. Standby 1. And Woody, did you hand start C5 as well while you were over there?
I did not.
Okay.
That's C3.
We need to hand start.
C5 is, okay.
A-firm, we need to hand start both bolts before we drive any of them.
Okay, head in the back.
We're happy with all MLI.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen is at the work site. He is closing up some MLI, or multi-layer insulation.
All right, Jenny, I hope that MLI is a little bit better there at the
Copy, Steve. That looks really good.
corner.
This MLI is on the mounting bracket. With Steve Bowen complete on his get-ahead task, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is still working on...
Copy. 2 to 3 turns on C5. You can get your PGT ready. We'll be driving C5 first, and you'll be at a setting of Bravo 7.
He is attaching a beam.
Clockwise 2 set.
Copy.
And you did say C5, right, Jim?
A-firm, you can start at C5, the bolt that you just hand started, but I want to tell you, this is important, that the bolts must be stopped on turn count, and since you hand started this 2 to 3 turns, we want 18 turns only.
Okay. 18 only on C5, I copy. You ready for me to start those turns?
A-firm, your go.
Thanks, Jim. Starting turns.
And Steve, for you, we have no other get-aheads, so you will be just getting in a good position to get the best views possible for the next 20-ish minutes while we get in position for the working eclipse.
Sounds good to me. Maybe you first.
While NASA astronaut Steve Bowen hangs out at the work site while we are waiting on that eclipse to start, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is securing a beam to the flight support equipment area.
Copy. 17 turns on C5.
He is utilizing a PGT, or pistol grip tool, to secure those bolts in place.
And it felt pretty torquey to me. I did not torque out, but I could tell there was significant torque.
That sounds good to us. You can stow your PGT and retrieve the adjustable equipment tether.
Work.
The pistol grip tool is essentially a space drill. It is used to apply torque to those bolts.
Okay, Jenny, heading back to C3.
Copy. Woody, your settings here for driving C3 are the same. Bravo 7, clockwise 2.
Bravo 7, clockwise 2 is set. 17 turns, no more.
Let's do 18 turns, 1-8. Woody.
Okay. 1-8 turns. Sounds good. All right, just because I'm hanging out here. Where are we?
Steve, Woody is almost finished up at the FSE. And you should be passing.
Where in the world are we?
You should be passing just over the northwestern edge of Africa right now.
Okay, thank you. Good jams, 18 turns on C3.
Copy 18 turns on C3. That's a good bolt. You can retrieve your adjustable equipment tether, stow it on your mini workstation, and then we'll have you pick up crew lock bag T.
Okay, got the adjustable going to get T, thanks.
Woody has successfully installed that beam on the flight support equipment area, and he is now headed to retrieve a tool bag.
And Woody, your preference here, you can stow those adjustables that you just picked up on the outside of crew lock bag T, and then we will have that on your BRT. You can keep them on your mini workstation if you prefer that.
Gotcha.
He also has some adjustable equipment tethers or straps that he is also going to attach to the tool bag he is picking up.
I'll keep one and drop one.
Copy.
You can see a view of that tool bag right now with NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. He just attached one of those equipment tethers to it.
And Woody, additional words for you. We would like that wire tie, which is on the tower handrail, to stay with the bag.
Copy. Pick up the wire tie.
Good words.
This is yet another get-ahead task. We are a little over 20 minutes from our eclipse, where we can start mating the cables on the solar array. These solar arrays cannot be powered off, so that's why we have to plug them in during an eclipse, so that there is no power running through the solar array when the astronauts go to actually connect those cables.
Woody, that was your last action on the FSE. You can stow crew lock bag T on the port seater cart.
Stow T on the port seater cart. Copy. Thanks, Jan.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now going to move that tool bag over to the cart, and then he will make his way back to the solar array installation station.
A good safety tether configure. Stand by 1.
Take your time. We still have 20 minutes to our working eclipse start.
All right, Jenny, confirm you said port seater cart?
Affirm.
Okay. Thank you.
He is heading to the cart on the port side. CETA stands for the Crew and Equipment Translation Aid. That orbital nighttime is less than 20 minutes away. It occurs when the Earth is shadowing the International Space Station. The International Space Station orbits the Earth every 90 minutes. 45 of those are in sunlight and 45 are in dark. This is live helmet camera footage from NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. This is his second spacewalk. Today he is installing the solar array on the 1B power channel. On June 9th, he worked with NASA astronaut Steve Bowen to install another solar array at the 1A power channel. The crew exited the airlock this morning. They switched to battery power prior to that, with our official spacewalk start time of 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time.
Copy. Crew lock bag T stowed on the port CETA cart. We're going to take this opportunity before you start translating to do another socket swap, such that we have the 6-inch that's currently on your mini workstation on your PGT, and the remaining socket, the 2-inch, should be in your trash bag.
Copy that, and work.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is going to be doing a socket swap. He needs a different size socket for these upcoming tasks on the solar array. PGT is that pistol grip tool or that drill that he will be using.
Socket swap with a good pull test, James.
Copy. Good pull test on the socket swap.
The space station is currently flying 257 statute miles over Nigeria.
Woody, verify your gauntlets are down.
Gauntlets down.
Copy. You are translating back out to S6. On the way, drop your green hook on S5 handrail 2140. That's the same place where you picked it up.
The gauntlet is that covering of material just above his glove.
2140.
Good words. And we have about 15 minutes until our working eclipse starts.
Great. That time of year where day is longer than night. That matters there, not here.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is now heading back.
Stand by.
Is now heading back to the workstation for the solar array.
So in the other direction.
Sorry, James. Oh boy.
Do not worry about it.
Oh boy.
You're in great shape. We got plenty of time. It's good practice.
Thought I could tag the E6, you know, why not?
Yeah, well, you're here.
It'll only take another minute or two.
Yeah, if it wasn't clear, don't actually do that. We want you going to S6.
I'm already headed that way.
We see it.
You don't need to see the car brakes yet, do you?
No.
Okay, great.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is translating the sides of the International Space Station, heading back to the workstation where the International Space Station rollout solar array is awaiting for its cables to be mated during our upcoming solar eclipse starting in about 12 minutes.
Okay, and James, just confirming, 2140, I'm expecting that outboard of the Sarge, which I just crossed, gauntlets down.
A-firm, it should be on S5, and it's on the second A-frame that you encounter.
The mirror you're seeing on his right arm is used for him to be able to look at the controls on his spacesuit. Because he's in the helmet, he can't look down physically, so the astronauts utilize these mirrors in order to see on their chest. Because of that mirror, those controls are backwards on the spacesuit if you were just to look at them straight on.
All right, I'm at 2117 on with 5, now 2128.
He is confirming his...
With 11.
You've just passed the first A-frame. The handrail's on the second A-frame.
Okay.
He is confirming his location to flight control team members here in Mission Control. They know the location of all of these different grab bars for the astronauts to use to get around the International Space Station.
Oh, it is, okay, it is right by with 11. Got it.
A-firm, it should be
hidden on the backside.
Should be near your right hand.
Yep, it's here.
As Woody moves from area to area, he relocates his tethers. He has both a safety tether and also an additional local tether.
Okay, Jenny, green hook's on 2140.
He is confirming where he has placed his tether.
Copy, Woody. That's a good config. You can translate outboard to the mod kit.
Work.
A beautiful view of the Earth below. The space station is currently flying over Angola in Africa.
Woody, as you continue your translation outboard, you're a straight shot for this translation, but if you can get eyes on Steve's tether, make sure that it's still fair lead around the perimeter of S6. We'd appreciate it.
That's in my field of view, and it is. It's fair lead. It looks beautiful. So up until it gets to me, I got to do the corner again when you get this. Oh, you want to get that corner again? Well, when you get me straightened out, because I think it's coming on my back. Okay. Yeah, I see that.
S6 is the starboard 6 truss. This is where we are installing the solar array today.
Backside is this APFR again for fair leading.
Copy, Woody. We agree.
APFR is the adjustable portable foot restraint.
And
articulating
Woody, you can
foot
reinstall
restraint.
your rich man's fair lead for your tether as well, if you need to keep it clear.
The APFR does essentially the same thing. If you guys are good with that.
Copy, Woody. We're fine with that.
Okay. Thanks so much.
And you can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen coming into view on NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg's helmet cam.
Oh, you can see that somehow my tether, my safety tether, my G-ring extender ended up where I expected it to be. Okay, coming in to take a look. going low. I can get a high speed.
There are a couple of cables that the crew can work on pre-eclipse. They are the J cables. You will hear call-outs for those coming up.
Thanks a lot. Absolutely.
And we are about 6 minutes out from that working eclipse.
That's fine. Just put it on the corner. Oh, man. Let you do it just to keep our, yeah, that we won't cross again. Yeah.
Woody and Steve, now that we are both in position at the mod kit, I have big picture words for both of you.
Sounds great, James.
We are 6 minutes from our working eclipse time and 6 minutes from a data LOS. We'll have voice for all but the last 2 minutes of that 8-minute data LOS. Depending where we are in the procedure, we'll treat that potentially like a handover. If not, I'll be very clear if I'm handing off to Frank. We will, before we go LOS for data, do our best to confirm safing from the ground, but if we need to, we'll loop in onboard IV to do that for us.
Copy, James. Great overview. And I copy as well.
All right, so with that, we can have Woody translate to the right blanket box, and Steve, you can get in position to the left blanket box. We will have you demate the new cable wing tab connectors, which are on the mid-strut, from one another.
Copy.
They are going to be unconnecting these first sets of cables. Words also from Mission Control Houston that even with our upcoming expected loss of signal, the team is still going to be working.
You should see P7 alpha and J7 alpha and P21 alpha, J21 alpha.
On board, they have NASA astronaut Frank Rubio as their support.
I do. I see J7 alpha and T7. And where's the other connector? There it is.
Copy, Steve. You have the right connectors. Woody, you should have...
And James, I'm demating. You go ahead.
P9 alpha, J9 alpha, and P23 alpha, J23 alpha.
That's what I've got.
You can see the lighting begin to change as we head into that eclipse. We are about 3 minutes away from that orbital nighttime. This is the 8th spacewalk out of the International Space Station this year in support of its assembly, maintenance, and upgrades. And this is the 6th International Space Station rollout solar array to be installed on the station. On June 9th, the team worked to this exact team worked to install the solar array on the opposite side of the station. The solar array installed on June 9th and the one being installed today were delivered on the SpaceX Cargo Resupply Service mission, number 28, on June 5th.
Hi, Jenny. My cables are demated and I'm in position.
Copy, Woody.
All right, I'm still working on it. Got to get that wire tied up.
Copy, Steve.
And James, I've got a ret to that cap that we're going to be demating eventually.
Copy, Woody.
My cables are disconnected. To make some sliding movement here to get some clearance on the panel connectors. Okay. Giving a good config.
Copy. We are about a minute from our 8-minute data LOS. Again, we have voice in all but the last 2 minutes. I'm Prime IV, and we have just over a minute to our working eclipse start. Warning, you must not demate SAW connectors until eclipse plus 2 minutes. I'll tell you when that is. And you must maintain a 1-foot keep-out zone from any demated connectors starting 2 minutes prior to and during installation. We should not be in that situation, but again, I will give you warning if we are.
Copy, James. Copy.
We are waiting for our working eclipse to start in about 30 seconds and then safing. So stand by.
These cables you are seeing on your screen are ones that cannot be mated until we are in that working eclipse. Again, this is a safety measure to give all the arrays enough time to discharge power while the astronauts are handling electrical cables. Just as we've entered that working eclipse, our video data stream is being handed over to satellites, but we do still have audio connection with the astronauts outside. Brandon Lloyd is the flight director here in the room. He had the final call on all of these work ahead items that the astronauts completed today because they have been so efficient and working ahead of schedule. Today's EVA or Spacewalk is 1 day shy of the 2-year anniversary of the first IROSA or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array. That first installation was on June 16th of 2021, and here we are about 2 years later completing that 6th solar array installation. With this spacewalk, we will have installed 6 International Space Station rollout solar arrays onto the space station. We are expecting a 30% increase in power output. These new solar arrays are rolled out in front of the legacy arrays, but the legacy arrays will continue to produce power as well. Each of the new arrays are about half the size, but thanks to advances in technology, they are much more powerful. This new setup with IROSA and the legacy arrays will increase that power production capabilities to a combined total of more than 250 kilowatts. For comparison, the average American home uses around 2 kilowatts at any given time, and the space station currently consumes about 75 to 90 kilowatts. This is the 6th International Space Station rollout solar array to be installed. However, NASA and Boeing have a plan in place for a 4th set of rollout arrays to further augment the International Space Station's power supply. These arrays, which would be the 7th and 8th to be installed on the space station, are targeted to be delivered in the 2025 timeframe. So until then, the space station will be running with these 6 IROSA combined with those legacy solar arrays. A recap of where we are at in the spacewalk during this expected loss of signal as our data is transferred between satellites. Our spacewalk started this morning at 8:42 a.m. Eastern Time, 7:42 a.m. Central Time. NASA astronauts Woody Hoburg and Steve Bowen exited the airlock. They released the solar array from its flight support equipment area and relocated it to its current work site at the 1B power supply. This is on the starboard 6 truss. On board Emirati Space Agency, astronaut Sultan Al-Nayati controlled a robotic arm that carried NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and the IROSA over to the starboard 6 truss area. The robotic arm was not long enough to reach exactly where they needed to be, so together NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen conducted a leapfrog maneuver, passing the solar array between themselves to reach its final work site. The team worked very efficiently and was ahead of schedule, so the flight control team here that you are seeing a live view of made the decision for the team to conduct some work ahead cleanup activities that were on their schedule to be done after the solar array installation. With a couple of those items completed, then we have entered into our orbital nighttime, where the astronauts are now able to safely mate the cables and connect the solar array to the space station's power supply.
Houston's back with you on 1.
Hi, Jenny.
Hey, Woody, we'll take a status from you.
We are standing by, awaiting further instructions.
All right.
We have not started.
All right, copy, no problem. We have plenty of time left in our working eclipse. We have just over 20 minutes. That was an unexpected voice LOS. The team's looking into it. In the meantime, I can confirm safing is in place, so let's get started. Woody, you can either start with the cap to P23 or the saw cable P9. We need one of those disconnected from the panel. Let me know which you choose from. And likewise for Steve, we're looking at P7 or P21.
P7's in order for Steve. Saw cable P9 demated.
Copy, Woody, P9 demated from panel P9.
Each of the cables have different numbers.
Connect P9 alpha to panel P9. I'll take your checks.
Copy, P9 alpha.
The Spacewalk communicator here in Mission Control Houston is instructing the astronauts on which cable to attach where in the panel. Jenny Seide-Gibbons is the...
No 5, no bent pins.
She's there in the black shirt. She is also a Canadian Space Agency astronaut.
To connector hard stop.
Copy.
Together she is working with Spacewalk.
Estimated to connector hard stop.
Spacewalk officers.
Copy, Woody. Mate J9 alpha to saw cable P9.
Who are tracking their procedures.
J9 alpha to saw cable P9.
I'll take your checks.
Megan Shutika is the lead spacewalk officer today, and Miranda Nelson is the spacewalk task officer. However, it is Jenny who is the one who is communicating directly with the crew, and that is the voice that you hear. Brandon Lloyd is the flight director. As in the Apollo days, the flight director has the utmost authority and responsibility for the success of the mission and the safety of the astronauts.
Woody, you are go.
Wing cap connector hard stop.
Copy.
The astronauts are working through mating those cables during our orbital nighttime.
And Steve, I heard a good connection, P7 alpha to panel P7. Is that correct?
We should be getting video views back in about 6 minutes.
Copy, Steve, and that's to connector hard stop. You can now mate P7 alpha to panel P7 if not done already.
All right, working the panel. And Jenny, I'm ready to move my cap.
A-firm, disconnect the wing tap connector cap from panel P23. You will be putting that connector cap on J23 alpha.
Okay, it's disconnected. We're moving it to J23 alpha.
A-firm, and I'll take checks on J23 alpha.
Okay. J23 alpha, no 5, no bent pins, and there's no EMI band on that side. The cap jams has a small black rubber insert that kind of came dislodged when I pulled the cap off. I pushed it back into the cap to get in a good config for me to mate.
A-firm, Woody, you are go.
Okay, caps to hard stop. All right, P7, J7 alpha to the panel is complete. With good EMI band, well, good pins, and it's all the way to hard stop.
Copy, P7 alpha mated to panel P7. Steve, you can move on to disconnecting saw cable P21 from panel P21.
SAW stands for Solar Array Wing.
P23 alpha to panel P23.
These are the cables on the solar array.
P21 connected from the panel. No fog, good pins, and looks like a good EMI band.
Copy, Steve. You can mate J21 Alpha to saw cable P21.
Didn't work. And on P23 Alpha, no FOD, no bent pins, good EMI band.
Copy, Woody.
Wing tab connector, hard stop on panel 23.
Copy.
And I've checked all 4 wing tabs on the panel. Hard stop.
Copy. I'm tracking that is your last connection, Woody. All connectors are to hard stop. You can clean up any remaining cable slack as required.
Work.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg has completed connecting all of his cables.
J21 Alpha to P21 is complete. Working the panel.
Copy, J21 Alpha mated to saw cable P21. Good checks and to connector hard stop. You can move on to connecting P21 Alpha to panel P21.
Jenny Gibbons is following along a very detailed set of procedures for all of these tasks. She is speaking with the flight director right now.
Woody, you can translate to the ISS inboard side of the mod kit, and when you're ready, we'll take a glove inspection, hab check, and gauntlet check.
Copy all jams. Just cleaning up one bit, and then that'll be in work.
Copy.
With those cables successfully mated.
We'll get the wire tie off of the connector here.
Correction, we're waiting on one more cable from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen.
On the middle strap. Now it's free. All right, the good pins, be my bed, no FOD.
Your go to mate, Steve.
Steve Bowen is working on his final cable while Woody Hoburg is translating to the next area of the work site.
Alright, I've got the P21 Alpha to the panel, to the hard stop. That looks like a good mate.
Copy, Steve. I am tracking that is your last connector and the last connector that we need to complete during this eclipse. So well done, both of you. We still have 13 minutes of that working eclipse. You both did great. Steve, you can clean up the remaining slack in the cable as required.
Yep, to get my stuff disentangled from it.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen will now tidy up any additional cable slack.
Side of the mod kit, and in terms of my gloves, no change, and a dry hat. Gauntlets are down.
Copy, Woody. Good checks, and for you both, we just got video back.
Welcome back.
And we have our live video views back after we translated our data stream to in between satellites as the International Space Station orbits the Earth. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg just conducted a glove, gauntlet, and HAP check. HAP is a helmet absorption pad. This is in the back of the helmet. The crew uses this to determine if there's any excess water in their helmet. All things looked good for Woody, and he is now...
Twists and 2 parts of that. I think the slack is picked up pretty well, just the bundle here. I think I'm complete.
Copy, Steve.
You can probably let me know.
Steve, with that, I'll take a glove inspection, HAP check, and gauntlet check from you as well.
All right, let me get that to the...
Standby 1, Steve. We'll have you...
Okay.
Steve, we'll have you stay in this position for now.
Okay, back.
Basically, your next step is to get in a good position for viewing IROSA deploy. So wherever you think is best, it could be where you currently are, it could be on the mass canister handrail, it could be back on S6. We'll let you decide.
Oh, I understand now. Okay, let me look. More than a few short bits there. Okay. Let me get down to a slightly better location, I think.
Copy. And we have, again, lots of time here, 10 more minutes of our working eclipse, and we need a check in insulation prior to deploy. So we have at least 10 minutes to get ready. And Steve, let's send you back to the blanket box to check that all the connectors are mated to hard stop. We are unaware of whether we might have bumped one out of position. If you already checked them, you could just let us know, and that's fine for us.
I did, but I'll go back and check. We got time.
We just didn't have video at the time, Steve.
They all look like they're the hard stop, including the ones that were already mated.
Mission control team is asking for a video visual on those cables.
Great config, Steve. Thank you for triple checking for us.
On those cables, just to make sure that everything looks good, being that we did not have video views during that mating process.
I can get to see things.
This is the helmet cam from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. He is going to get in a good position to view the rollout of the solar array. He is looking at his teammate today, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg. Woody Hoburg has the red stripe on his spacesuit today. He is EV1 and Steve is EV2. Once that solar array does start to unroll, it will take about 12 minutes for it to fully unfurl.
Okay, Kenny, do you have video? How does that look?
We do have video, and that looks great, Steve. Thank you.
Okay, I'll see if I can make myself stable here then.
Sounds good to us. When you're ready, I need a glove inspection, HAP check, and gauntlet check.
All right, thanks. And half is dry. Gauntlets are down. Right glove is good.
Can see NASA astronaut Steve Bowen conducting his glove check.
And left glove is good.
He is inspecting it for any unexpected damage. Everything looks good.
Woody and Steve, we're still waiting for a Spartan check down here. In the meantime, one warning for you. Prior to releasing the deployment launch restraint bolts, stay clear of the deploying IROSA blankets. In your current position, you will both be clear.
Copy, thanks, James. And I copy as well.
A little bit ago, you heard the call out for Spartan. That is a console position here in Mission Control Houston. Spartan stands for Station Power, Articulation, Thermal, and Analysis. They manage the external cooling system as well as power generation and distribution for the space station. Spartan will be monitoring the power generated by the array once it is being rolled out. The astronauts have completed their tasks that were needed to mate the new cables during this working eclipse. They are waiting until orbital sunrise to actually start unfurling the solar array. We are expecting that to happen in about 5 minutes. Here is a graphic showing the location of where the astronauts are right now. They are on this IROSA, or International Space Station Rollout Solar Array 1B. On June 9th, this same duo, NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg and NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, installed and rolled out successfully the solar array on the 1A power channel.
Woody and Steve, we're still waiting for another 3 to 4 minutes until we're in insulation, but I have an updated PET for you. We are 4 hours into a 7-hour, 30-minute EVA with the limiting consumable being Woody's battery. Following our deploy steps, we have about 15 minutes of cleanup, which is faster than you were expecting based on your study time because of the get-aheads we did earlier. And the team is reassessing what we will be doing after that.
Thanks, James. Copy.
For your information, we are also looking into why our SHA-SS comm path didn't allow us to speak to you during that data LOS, made it into a full LOS for us. for your awareness, we have another one of those coming up where we should have SHA SS, but we're going to try and address the problem before then. We might be handing over to Frank for that time if we need to.
Copy. Thanks, James.
Mission Control team confirming that that expected loss of signal of video extended.
We don't have to worry about that potential LOS for a while. That's over an hour away.
Extended momentarily to unexpected also on the voice side. Our next planned loss of signal coming up in about an hour. The team should have voice with the astronauts for the majority of that loss of signal. We just won't have video views. We are just over 4 hours into today's spacewalk, and the crew has already worked ahead on additional tasks that were planned. NASA astronaut Steve Bowen, this is his 10th spacewalk today. And it is Woody Hoburg's second spacewalk. They launched together as part of the NASA Crew 6 mission. They arrived to the space station on March 3rd of 2023. For Bowen, after today being his 10th spacewalk, it will tie him for the most spacewalks by a U.S. astronaut. He will be then tied with Mike Lopez, Alegria, Bob Behnken, Peggy Whitson, and Chris Cassidy.
Woody and Steve, we're headed into insulation. Spartan will do their check shortly.
Great. And James, I'm going to have Alpha 1 counter 2 set.
We are heading into that orbital sunrise.
You should be in position for R9 and R10. Your settings are Bravo 7 counter 2.
My fault. All right, Bravo 7 counter 2. Concur. Got it.
Good readback.
Next up, they will release the launch restraint bolts, which will allow the solar array to unroll. NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg working on those launch restraint bolts to release those. And this live view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen's helmet camera. He has positioned himself to have a good view of that solar array unfurling. His next job is to observe these first set of magnets, make sure that they snap together during that initial deployment. There are magnets along the rim of the solar array that actually aids with helping it to unfurl. The team is waiting for a go from Spartan.
All right, Woody and Steve, we have the check that we need. So with that, we are go for deploy. Steve, you stay in position. Woody, you can release R9 and R10. The white line will appear when the bolts are fully released. Expect 17 to 20 turns each.
Okay, Jenny, I copy R9, R10, Bravo 7, counter 2 set. Starting turns on R9.
Good words.
NASA astronaut Woody Hoburg is utilizing his pistol grip tool, or his spacewalk drill, to loosen those restraint bolts.
Any bolt popped out at 1/6 turns. I see the white line visible.
Copy, white line visible at 1/6, 16 turns on R9. Go for R10.
Go for R10, starting turns.
This is the final bolt that needs to be released.
Turns on R10, gonna wiggle it.
Copy, your go.
And not coming out like the last one with a wiggle. Can I give it a few more turns, James?
Stand by one, Woody.
Yep, got it. The wiggle. Wiggle work. Play.
Copy, we see it. Well done.
And with those restraint bolts released, you can see the solar array begin to unroll. It is aided by those magnets that snap together. This is the helmet camera view from NASA astronaut Steve Bowen. It will take about 12 minutes for the solar array to completely unfurl. A beautiful view with the Earth below. The International Space Station is approaching the coast of Hawaii.
There's 5 magnets on my side are faded.
Copy, Steve. We see that in your HECA as well. Thank you.
That's a firm flight.
NASA astronaut Steve Bowen confirming that he sees those magnets have properly engaged, with another confirmation from the flight control team here in Houston. He is going to remain in that position to keep a good visual on the solar array as it rolls out. About 2 years from the first IROSA unrolling is the sixth IROSA unrolling. Again, that first IROSA, or International Space Station rollout solar array, was installed on June 16th of 2021.
Go.
Jenny, there's some white rectangles that pop out in the center of IROSA as it's rolling out, and it looks like maybe the 5th one up, the right-hand side one, did not fully pop over. Should be able to see it in my HECA.
Copy, Woody. We are getting
right up the middle of IROSA.
We are getting eyes on that, and we appreciate the report. Would you be able to get a picture on your camera as well?
Of course.
Thank you.